Starting the stream. All right. Starting up the stream. Hello, everybody. It's Friday. Just realized I need to go back and export all the VODs from the last 3 streams now. I suppose that's a good test for like winding down after the stream. All right. So today I'm going to work on centering on the cursor when you zoom in and out. I have an idea how to do that. And dragging the visible region around, I think that shouldn't be too hard. And then this is sort of like the icing on the cake, so to speak, to draw the actual markers in the ruler along with their the numbers. And I just thought another thing that I'm missing for image viewer, which is the magnifier. Fix magnifier when zoomed. So the magnifier is broken. So magnifier works if we're not zoomed in, but if I zoom in here, now the magnifier has nothing to do with what we have the cursor over. Oh, also, I forgot to fix the row and column markers. I forgot to do that entirely. Lines. When zoomed. So we're not zoomed in, they're actually pixel accurate. So I make it viewer a lot bigger, those bars are bigger. Make it smaller, the bars are smaller. Just when we're zoomed in, it doesn't match the pixel size there. So my idea for centering on the cursor when zooming in is that given where you are when you do the mouse wheel up, that we would first shift the zoom rectangle to center on wherever you are, then zoom out, and then shift back to the previous center. But when we shift back, we have to, it's not the previous center, is it? Like if we were zooming in on like the bottom left here, the center is here, we would move the center to here, zoom in, and then we have to move back so that this point is in the same spot as before. Hey there, Striped Monkey, and Fled from Nowhere. Just in time to lurk your way to cozy sleeping. That's right. The sound of my voice, you will quickly fall asleep. Didn't think I was zoomed in completely there. So it's easy to move the zoom rectangle to center on the cursor. It's harder to move it back, because we wouldn't move it back to the previous center anymore, right? So we have to get the how much different the scaling is for zooming and then after. And then basically we want to, right now this is like, yeah. Basically we want to zoom in so that whatever pixel, so if I'm on the eyeball here and I zoom in, I want that pixel that we're on to still be in the zoomed in frame, not off the edge like that. Well, let's see what I can do. There's the zooming in. Oh, right. So it's going to be something other than shrinking here. let shifted equals self.zoom dot. Take that back. It's going to be a new rectangle from center size, where the center is going to be the position that we clicked on. So need to know what that is. Yeah, hold on. Right now, if I mouse wheel over here, it does the same thing. We don't want that, right? We only want it to, if we have an interact position or a hover position, right? So that's like, we don't have a position. The size, though, is going to be the self-zoom size. So the same rectangle, only centered on that position. So shouldn't know what position is. Now I got to figure it out. Wouldn't it be in here? Okay, it's this thing, right? Well, why don't we take this out and actually put it here? Determine where the cursor is over the image, if at all. But instead of doing like a return here, we'll just say let cursor position equal that, but then we have to do a map. Or not a map, because I need to potentially return a none. Yeah, it's going to be and. And it contains it, right? Then position. A is not quite right. Expected option. Found a closure. Oh, it's and then, right? That takes a function, but I don't need a function. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Hey there, meme clearbams. I think I need my cheat sheet. Rust cheat sheet. I still struggle with this. You know? So if I'm, does this one have the bool stuff in it? Do I just need to look that stuff up? I don't know if this version of the cheat sheet had that. Maybe not. Box. Then. So it's like, then some? Yeah, that's what it is, then some. Yep, there we go. So we get the hover position. If we got a hover position, then take that position, and if the inner area contains a position, then cursor position is that position. Otherwise, it's none. So then let's pass it in here. Actually, it's more like if let some cursor position, right? Then I can add a cursor position to this one. Or just rename this cursor position. Then I can just put it here. I can remove that. Hooray! So the same thing, right? We need to have a cursor position to do anything with the scroll stuff. Okay. So here's the hard part. We get the shifted thing, and then we shrink it. Zoomed, shifted. Okay. But how do I shift it back? I need to shift it back so that the cursor position is the same position in the zoom shifted. Or we have to shift it back that much. Actually, I made another mistake. This is a position on the screen. I actually need the position in the image. I think I had something, yeah, image position from UI. Here we go. And then image area. Why, that's just inner area. Hello. Oh, thank you. I got this. I'm not hungry yet, but we have that when I get hungry. Let me make sure that I'm passing the right thing in here. Yeah, it's inner area. Oh, thank you. All right. So in image coordinates, then we shift, then we can shift from that center, then zoom it. Then I got to shift it back so that this position is once again matching the original cursor position. Well, I can just get the offset first before we shift, right? Cursor offset. That's what we want to preserve. And it before I put it into image coordinates. So that's inner area dot left top. Subtract that from the cursor position. That's going to be a vector. So we want to actually it's not the image top left, it's the center. That's actually the amount we're shifting, right? So I need to shift it back, but I need to figure out in zoom shifted where that is again. So it would be the inverse of this UI position from image, right? But with, I guess I could set zoom twice. Yeah, I could set zoom type. So it would be this. We'd have to set the zoom, then call that, then figure out how much we shift it back. Shift it back. Okay, let's do this. So we would self set zoom is that. That's just setting self, right? Well, okay, that's fine. Now I need to find shift back. It would be the inverse of that, right? Well, don't I just take that and run it through this? Oh, I never actually called self UI position from image. Wait, where? Oh, no, I had a reason that I didn't need to do that. Never mind. It's really this ratio that I need to multiply it by, that shift, and then shift it back, or recenter it. Basically, I need to calculate the new zoomed center based off of this, right? Yeah, don't I just need to apply that math to this? So shift back is cursor offset times inner area size divided by zoom size, and then self set zoom, self zoom shift. No, another new rectangle from center size. New center is the current center. Self.zoom.center minus shift back. Same size. Okay. A lot of this is kind of guesswork, so let's see how horrible it ended up being. How bad could it be? Oh, it's totally off. We're way out in the coordinate system. Way out. Okay. We pick this. So the exact center right now is 112 divided by 2, so that's 56. No, it just went off the deep end there. Ah. Really, it's because it's zooming multiple times. So what if we do something where we hack it so it only zooms if it's like greater than 10? Just so we can experiment. So it'll only do the first big zoom step. And see what's happening to my coordinates then. So near the center, it shifted it way left and up. So maybe the sign is wrong. So plus. This doesn't work. I start printing things. It just like disappeared. Yeah, it's totally bonkers. Printing is the correct way. I think I gotta do that. It's definitely the old school way, right? Cursor offset, cursor position, shifted. Shift back. Let's see what we get. Okay, so cursor offset. So the cursor position is pretty correct because that's where we were centered on. Although I think I need to get it to, there was that helper function that gives it to me and that rounds it to the center of the pixel, right? Anyway, shifted. Doesn't seem right because there shouldn't be a negative coordinate there. Also not printing enough. Zoom. I'm gonna print self.zoom. And then print it again down here. And here. I'm trying to get the shift to be very close to 0. Yeah, 56, 56 should be like near no shift at all. Okay, so the original zoom is 0, 0 to 112, 112, 112, right? Then it found out that the cursor position is pretty much the middle, 56, 56. And then the shifted is very close to what it was, 0.5, 0.3 to 112, 112. And so we really need to round those anyway. 77 to 105, 105. I mean, that looks okay. Shift back 12 by 7. That doesn't look right. Yeah, the shift back is incorrect. Maybe I have the wrong units there, or I have it by the reciprocal. Oh yeah, this is upside down. That, oops, that goes over here. Yeah, but I am gonna want to round it. Also, like if it zooms in too far, it could go way too far. It could go to like, we're looking at less than a pixel. Oh, that actually looked good. Okay, what if I zoom here? Okay, there it was way off. I think it actually went the wrong direction. That tells me that I think I had the direction correct before. this shift back direction was correct before. It was minus, not plus. Well, yeah, there's still non-integer pixel coordinates. It's not good. Okay, so zoom in. Oh, it worked. If I zoom in over here. Nice. Zoom in over here. Cool. Actually, it kind of looks like it's sticking to pixels, doesn't it? No, it's not. See, they're now we're a half pixel off. Okay, so I could probably get rid of the hack I put in here with all, and also, well, first let me round things like I should be doing. It's this stuff, right? Floats causes so many problems. Floats are fine for screen coordinates. It's just if I want the image viewer to align to the nearest pixel on the edge, then I'm going to want to round it. I thought I had a function that did that math with the 0.5. Here it was. Vec2 to column row. Wait. Did I do the same logic here twice? No. This is the position and this is the... Wait, it is though. Image top divided by times zoom. Well, okay, this is not applying the zoom yet. Where is this used? It's used... Oh, right. Black and then white. Okay, I'll revisit that. That looks broken. Yeah, so that's a free function, right? Vect column row. Yes, I can make a... There are two position for this one. Make a position from that. Think it can accept an array? Okay, then. Can I convert from those? Okay, if it was a tuple, it would work. Wait, you know, it does implement from... It does implement it. Why can't I use it, though? Oh, I see. Oh, it's a tuple. It's a... Okay, so it implements for array, but not... Okay, it's because it wants... It's trying to put it back into floats, and it doesn't support that. Get that then. I think I want to just I do want that column row. But I just want the rounding part. I think what I want is to split this out to another function. Also, what's this doing right here in the file? An odd place to put it. It should be going down here. So actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm just going to do this for now. This. See if the coordinates are closer. Those are... Okay, cursor offset. So I got a cursor position, which is rounded. Shifted. Zoom becomes that. Oh, okay. When we shrink it, we didn't round it again. Okay, yeah. If I'm going to have methods that handle like nearest pixel, why don't I just do that? We'll do it this way. That nearest and same thing here. Okay, so that doesn't exist, but we're going to make something that does that. Not sure where to put it right now, but I suppose we'll have to add it after this inner impulse, so right here. Actually, we can't use self, right? Okay. What was it called? I made another trait in here. Pixel alignments, that's what it was. Okay, I did use self. Right, so I was thinking back to this where I made a special trait to pixel align stuff. And it's very close to that, right? In fact, don't I want to use the same thing? Only I'm not adding back half. Am I? Yeah. Be like that. And then right, we have to do the same thing for F32. Because they build on each other. Without adding half. And didn't I add instead of subtract half? Where was it? This one. No, not that one. I am totally lost. This one. I did subtract half. Okay. Got it. I think I just need a rect implementation, right? Because this is returning a rect. I think what we just do is the two corners. So it'd be self from min max. So self dot min nearest pixel. Self dot max nearest pixel. I think that's what I want. Okay, so let me try this now. Quit. Run this. Then I can leverage that nearest pixel trait in other places. Okay, but the zoom after I shift back is not, doesn't have that thing applied to it. Never used? Oh, we used to use this, but we took it out. I took it out to do it up here. We don't need that. Okay, that's nice. And where's the other warning? Don't use input state. Okay. All right, here we go. So yeah, this needed to have a nearest pixel added to it. Hopefully that works. Let's see. Off. Off a little bit. Kind of hard to see exactly. It's like shifting it too far up. In fact, it's going negative, isn't it? It shouldn't go negative like that. I'm wondering if I should just leave out this for all the intermediate steps. This one is fine, but like maybe this intermediate step, we don't do it. That gets me. We have Zoom, that's right. Yep. Nightshade Dude and Blizzik, hello. I'm just being very nitpicky. I want when I zoom in from here to preserve the position, but it's not quite doing it. I should test to see if it was doing it before I did this nearest pixel business. If it was doing it before, then maybe I go back to that and we only round for the last step. We agree on floats, they're super cursed, yeah. Yeah, see, that's correct. See, it's like zooming in on wherever I'm pointing at. So then let's just only do the last one. And see what it's doing there. Yeah, that's close enough. I think it's maybe going the wrong. What am I trying to say? It's shifting it too far in one direction. It's shifting to the left and it's shifting it up, I think. When it shouldn't. So does that mean that like I need to think about this a little bit better? Is that correct? Let me think about this. So let's say, shouldn't it just be rounding? It shouldn't be subtracting half. Yeah, let me try. I think that in this case, the way we're using it, I don't want to subtract half a pixel. So I might get rid of the trait. If we're only using it in one spot and it's a specialized case, maybe I don't need the trait. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's better. It's doing what I want. It's shifting into the shifting near. It's keeping the cursor on what I'm pointing at and zooming in around it. Okay. Keep that. So really, I just want to do this. Back where we're actually calling it here. So it would be this rounded. And this rounded. I think. Try that. So rounding the center. Actually, we don't want to round the center because that will be a half pixel off sometimes. Yeah, okay, so that's not exactly right. We do want this round, but we don't want that round yet. So I'm just going to take off this round. Rounded size, but then keep another zoom in there. Instead of from center size, I'm going to do from min max. From min size, really. And the min will be the zoom.min.round. And zoom size. Then I can try to think, can I combine those two into one step? One set, a two-set step. That's pretty close. It's staying around the pixel that I have centered on. Yeah, but we do want to do something when it gets close to like 1 pixel. Well, or do we? I guess it's not zooming in anymore. Maybe it's fine. Although I can't zoom out, no matter what I try. So maybe I do want to have a minimum size. This should be a minimum size, right? Shrink it by something, but have a max on it. Zoom minimum size. I don't know, like 5 pixels. Yeah, I don't need this anymore, turns out. So we shouldn't be able to zoom in any more than 5 by 5. Whoa, we went negative. that happened. Going negative at some point. In each direction, keeping the center. Oh, that's wrong. Shoot. It will go negative. So I don't want to apply it to the input to shrink. I want it to take it out. So that gives me a rectangle. Now, like, can I like tell it to expand if it's smaller? Or if I had a shrink with minimum size, or shrink with, yeah, minimum, right? I guess I'll just calculate this once. Right, so that's like shift. I used to have it, but I got rid of it, so I'm putting it back in, right? Zoomed, shifted. And then I'm going to form a new rectangle from center size, where the center is the same center, but the size is that size max, minimum size. I have way too many print lines now. Graphic stuff is hard for me. I don't have a good discipline when it comes to like doing this. Okay, there, yeah. So we got to the smallest, which is a 5x5. Okay. Let me get rid of that, and then let's. I don't really need these prints anymore, right? I just realized I'm gonna have to do the same thing with zoom out. This is gonna affect those little zooms, isn't it? Like they're basically gonna do nothing. Whoa. It's not. It was like pushing it down into the right for some reason. I'm guessing it's one of these tiny zooms that's doing it. I'm not actually sure what to do about that, unless we do like some guesswork about this, that it's no bigger than. Run that again. Oh, I got rid of the. Okay, I got rid of the print for the zoom in. So like, what if I say it has to be greater than 1? Just ignore the tiny little ones. Maybe half instead of 1. Still wrong. 2? I hate putting in these fudge factors to get things right. That's okay, but sometimes it's bouncing around. I think it's because sometimes when I'm zooming, it's not on the same pixel. If we knew when we're starting to zoom and when we're ending the zoom, I could lock the center pixel rather than calculating it every time. Maybe that's what would keep it from bouncing. Or I can explore like instead of the smooth scroll delta, I could do the raw scroll delta. See what I get for that. Put that to 0 again. See what I get. Print. I should put the code back in that prints the zoom in. Actually, that's sort of that's a lot better. So we're just without the zooming, right? Yeah. Okay. Not looking forward to replicating that code down there. So it's an expand. Okay. Negative zoom. Okay, so negative zoom. Okay. Expand 2. Same kind of stuff though. And we do want to have this intersect because we don't want to zoom out too far. There. Okay, let's try this. This works well enough to go on to the next thing because I'm kind of tired of working on this. I don't need that minimum size check when we're zooming out, do I? Cool. It just works. All right, I'm happy. I don't need this if we're zooming out. I'm not going to remember which is which, so I'm going to put a comment here. Zoom. This is scrolling up. Zooms in. Scrolling down, zooms out. Okay. Min size doesn't need to be there. Okay, I think it zooms in too quickly right now. So I'm just going to adjust the constant I had for that, this full zoom ratio. So let's go to 1/1000th of the raw number. Oh, that's pretty good. Pretty good. I like it. Okay. The right click on goes back to the last bounded region we do, even if I zoomed in or out. That's fine. I don't care. Okay. Mark that one done. Done. Okay. Fix row column lines when zoomed. Let's do that next. Move this where it should go. Down to the bottom of the file here. Okay. Draw selection, right? Right. This the selection line. The vertical one. So we get the position in the image coordinates. And this is where to draw the line on screen. So that's really it should be using that, but it redoes some of the math, so maybe I should try to fix this. This image scaling actually is this right here. That's the image scaling, right? Yeah, it is. No, it's not. That's the bug, I think. We don't want this image scaling at all. How was it drawing it correctly at all then? How is this even working? Not taking the zoom factor into account. I zoom in here. Oh yeah, it's not correct at all. The number at the top is correct, but see, like it's drawing two bars here, but yeah, they're completely wrong. Okay, then the math here is totally broken. So it's going in the opposite direction, right? So why don't I just fix this? Well, because I might want the original, won't just replace it. I think that is self.ui position from image. Position. Once, oh, it's doing it in 2 dimensions. Wait. Yeah, that is correct. So I just get this as position image. This is the wrong type because it's a tuple. But can turn that back into pos to as F32s. That's cursor again. What? Oh. No, lots of precision again. So yeah. Do I already have a method that does this for me? I do. Image to UI. It needs to be an array. Grrr. It need to be an array. It didn't really need to be an array, did it? I just chose to make it an array for some reason. So let's just fix that. Make it a tuple. That's .0 and .1. Okay, now we're good. Go back to where this was. I did this appear. Okay, so the thickness of the line is, that's not correct. Yeah, I think just this calculation needs to be fixed. Yeah, it's not this anymore, right? Not the image width and height. It's the zoom size. Yeah. This should have fixed the vertical line, but not the horizontal one. I haven't done that one yet. Make it bigger. Oh, it's off by half pixel. Okay, I need to fix that. So I need to move it to the right half a pixel. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so plus image scaling x over 2. Yes. Deck 2 splat that. Don't like that being one dimension though. Been writing Rust lately, and man, you only know surface level stuff. Lifetime annotation stuff is so foreign to me. Yeah, because you probably haven't had experience in another language that does that. And I was the same way when I started. Okay, good. This is better. If I zoom in, that... Okay, it actually fixed the horizontal bar too. I didn't expect that. I thought I only did this... Oh, right. Because the image scaling was done by the calling function. Cool. So one thing I kind of don't like is that I'm drawing the white bars solid. What I really should just draw the top and the bottom, left and the right, and leave the middle transparent, right? Yeah, and I don't like the mix of 1 and 2 dimensional stuff, so let's fix that. This should just pass image scaling, which is a vec 2. Take the x of that. And then I don't need to actually splat anymore. It's just image scaling divided by 2. Right. Then that. Okay, that's the vertical. Horizontal should be very similar, right? This is just copied, isn't it? It means I should probably pass that in. Really, the only thing different is what we do with the cursor position, right? Yeah, I think this is destined to be pulled out of the function back to the caller. That was a tuple. Okay. So draw the selection lines. Yeah, let's pull this out to here and just use it twice. Position was cursor position. So instead of cursor position, it's cursor. Well, hold on. Yeah, isn't that just cursor? Yeah. Oh, except for well, if we know that's rounded, we can just print it, right? That shouldn't put the .000 and all that junk, right? Wait a minute, why am I clamping something? Oh, those are different variables. Shoot. Back up a little bit. Okay, I do need to pass them both in, but what? One's like the position in the image, the other one's the position in the UI, right, of the cursor. Right. Okay, and then this is cursor position. Okay. Ah, I'm so confused now. That's only used in one spot. I don't need to pass the whole tuple, do I? So this is really like the text to draw, right? So what if I just say ruler text, and that moves out to here. Position is used down here. How is it different from cursor? I think that's the original position. So it really doesn't matter, does it? I can use the same position. Yeah. What's this? Too many arguments? Yeah, probably. Hold on, let me just see if how broken it is. It's not as smooth as before, but maybe that's fine. See how the one on the top kind of jumps between pixels and the one on the left? is smooth. I think that's fine to use the one that just jumps. I mean, it's better because it's actually aligned with the pixel correctly. So I think that's what we'll do. Simpler. But why do I have so many of these variables here? Do I actually need all of them? Well, let me first ignore the unused self. Really? Okay. Kind of feel like we did a bunch of building of something and then we ended up just drawing it. This is going to use some of the same stuff. So I'll refactor that later. But yeah, this doesn't actually need to be a method of the inner type at all. It can be, it's completely free function now. Yeah, S goes after R. Yeah, these free functions are going to go back into to be the implementation of some type. So yeah, let's change this one in the same way. .1. That doesn't exist because it's here. Go to where this one is, and we'll work. I know I'm gonna need that, so let's just be proactive. Rid of the self. Area scaling. Ruler text. Like that, right? Oh, I ate one of the arguments. There. Okay, so yeah, we didn't need to do this at all, right? It's just the drawing of the lines. So cursor was position. The text is ruler text, which is passed in now. Okay, cool. Yeah, these are going to go into. They're destined to be methods of another type that has all of those arguments in it. Once I get this working the way I like it. And as we zoom in, it gets bigger. Cool, and I didn't mess up the clamping thing. That's good. Another thing that's possible when you zoom in is that it might mess up the aspect ratio. We do that. No? How did I get it to where I messed up the aspect ratio? I don't know. We should probably preserve the aspect ratio, right? And maybe 5x5 is too zoomed in. So like what the normal, like if it's like that, how far makes sense to zoom in? There we go. I messed up the aspect ratio there. You know, I haven't tested with a non-square image yet. Yeah, let's change the minimum zoom to 10. Yeah, I'm gonna draw the lines differently in a sec. But basically, I'm gonna draw twice as many of them. That's the maximum zoom. So, question becomes, I think I want to draw them together because I think I want the center. Actually, hold on, let me think about this. If I draw the left and the right and then the top and the bottom instead of 4 lines instead of 2, I think I do want to draw them together because really I'm drawing 8 lines. So I'm drawing from the left to the center and then up, and then so I'll just, so like if these 2 lines divide the image into 4 quadrants, I'm really drawing the bottom right of the upper left quadrant, the left bottom of the upper right, etc., right? Yeah, so I think I'm going to end up combining these. So let's just call it draw selection. Well, hold on. Before I do that, the construction of the text galley and the drawing of it is different enough between these two, right? So maybe there's 3 methods. Okay. So let's draw the text last. We'll draw the lines first. So this would be draw selection lines. And this is draw vertical ruler mark. So that means I am going to extract out a copy of this selection line thingy. I'm going to copy that and then paste it above here. Not in the right spot, but that's okay for now. Draw selection lines. And this is draw horizontal ruler mark. And we're going to delete everything that isn't. Delete the 2 line segments, basically. And then the draw vertical ruler mark also gets rid of the line segments. And then we can see, are there any unused arguments? Yes, image scaling is not needed. Okay, so then up here, I get rid of image scaling. Okay, draw image lines doesn't need to actually draw the galleys anymore. So we don't need the font, the text position, or the text. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And then I'm combining the, oh, I already deleted it. That's okay. Draw it. We can just put it in again. So the way it was before, right, was like position X was here. And then this would be like inner area. The left is replaced by top and the right is replaced by bottom. And then these are all deleted. So now I've separated the lines from the text, and then I can do the lines differently. Excuse me. Couldn't resist. was getting hungry. All right, so now I got to fix the lines. I think I'm going to do it not with segments, but with actual 2 segmented lines. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them, and they're 4 pairs basically. I'm just trying to think, how would I combine them into like a loop? You know what I can do is I could have a XY offset for where to put the black line. So for points offset or black offset in we'd have position to new. Why am I typing when I can just copy this stuff? Oh, we have to have the same. So I can use tuples because they'll all be the same size. But be more flexible would be to have arrays and then have slices of the arrays. Yeah, I don't. So this is not the position I want. No, that is. But I need to subtract by image scaling over 2. And then we go over to x minus y, or x by y. And then the black offset is vec2 -1 -1. Actually, it doesn't even need to be 2-dimensional. It can just be -1. Complaining about. Does this actually need to be an array? Yes. Maybe? Okay. Oh, image scaling is a vector. So hold on. That would be I guess it is dot y, isn't it? This should be x. Okay, so that's one of them. Really, I wish it had formatted like this for me. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's this one, and the one next to it would be going from the right to plus. Oh, there's a third point in here, which is this one and then top. 3 points in the line, right? Okay, so then right, and then to actually this is still net minus to the top right, and then from there to the top. That's plus there. Okay, and then the third one, I guess we'll do the bottom left. So that's to that. Bottom. Okay, and then the bottom right. That's easiest would be to copy the top right and flip it to the bottom right. Bottom right. Okay, so here we're drawing the lines. Actually, I can just steal those two because that's sort of what we want. And we don't need these old lines anymore. Okay, so how do we draw? So it's not line anymore, it's dot. Or not line segment, but just line, right? The way that works is you get a vector of positions and then a stroke. Okay, so that's points. Points is a tuple of 3 positions. So then I suppose it is better to make these arrays. As now the points are arrays of 3. What's going on here? Oh, yeah, I'm not done here. Points. And that's the stroke to make. But I need to shift all the points, right? Let's not shift the points yet. We'll just, we'll draw the white line only. Or just the black line only. We'll draw the white line next. Make sure I get this correct. Points to vec. Okay. We're not using the black offset. Let me just make sure this is drawing somewhat correctly. Nope, not correct. Oh, because this should be just 1 dot. I'm not drawing thick lines anymore. I'm drawing thin lines around the edges of the pixel row column. See that? That's the black line, and I want to draw that in white and then draw a black line off, expanded away from that. Actually, I'm wondering if I could just take away all of these and just like give it a quadrant. Wouldn't that be better? Because then I can use that to know like how to offset the white line from the black line. Yeah, I'm thinking of just removing all of these. Like that. Yeah. That didn't do what I thought it would do. Oh, I need to select it without the minus in front. There we go. There we go. So now it's more compact. So yeah, this should become quadrant, or the quadrant, which is Would position work, or vector would be better? I could use splat, but to be consistent with the other rows, I'm not going to. That's the upper left. This is the upper right, so that's +1. This is the lower left, right? So that's -1 +1, and this was the lower right, so that's +1 +1. So then for each point, I have to move it. The first point, yeah, okay. Can I do it? Actually, I can probably do this inline. So it's like points 0 plus quadrant I guess vec2 new quadrant x 0, because we're only, no, it's the other way around. We're only moving it up or down. So it's 0 quadrant y. The middle point moves both ways away from the center. And then the third point moves just in its x coordinate. I did this right. Might not have done this right. Let me see. So, I forgot the dots. How could I forget the dots? So left just moves up and down. This one moves both directions. And this one moves left to right. And then that's up and down, both directions, and then left. Okay, I think I did it correctly. Let's test that. I keep reminding myself, I keep thinking I'm just terrible at doing graphics programming. I have a hard time visualizing things and turning into code. But it is almost correct. Oh, I forgot to do this. I forgot to apply the scaling. We have to multiply by the scaling for all three of these. Okay, my multi-cursor is holding on the wrong. I'm holding on the wrong key to do multi-cursor. There we go. Times image scaling. Image scaling. A dot. Okay. Okay, looking good. So then, oh, it's scaling too much though. Oh, it's over 2, right? Scaling over 2. So, hold on. Maybe I can just have the caller pass that in. Yeah, I'm dividing it by 2 there. Maybe I should be doing it twice. Let image half scaling. Then I can use that same variable in both places. And then let's just abbreviate this and call it scaling. This works, then I'm going to draw the white lines, and that's just another drawing it again with a slightly slightly more of a shift. Cool. All right. I need to draw the black lines. Well, the lines are maybe too thin. I think I need to increase them, maybe to 2 pixels. Well, hold on. Let's do the black. Let's do the white one around it. So yeah, it's this line again. How much can I combine? Can I like use that and then reuse it? This consumes the vector, right? Yeah, it consumes the vector, so I have to make a new vector anyway. Yeah, I might as well just do it twice. So it was, before I did the black and then did the white outside of that, right? No, the white inside of it. So then the black is the outer one. So we should probably do the, which one first? Black and then white? So the black is slightly more scaled out. Well, or I have to add another one of these. Well, actually, that's just 1 plus scaling, right? Scaling plus 1. I can compute that in one place, right? Outer scaling. Well, outer shift. I copied the wrong thing. Yeah, that's scaling plus vec2 splat 1. So let's be consistent here and turn scaling into shift. So just that. And then I might as well use one to refer to the other. Okay, so then this one we said was black was the outer shift. This one's the inner. Okay. White lines on the inside, black on the outside. So we're making a cross. Big plus sign. There we go. Nice. I think they need to be a little thicker, although if I make the image smaller, they're a little bit too big. Well, no, they're fine because they just get no smaller than 3 pixels wide, I think, right? Yeah, okay. The zoom thing is broken still. Okay, I'm happy with that. So we did that. Fix row column lines when zoomed. I've not fixed the magnifier when zoomed. Haven't done ruler marks and haven't fixed the haven't fixed the dragging. Haven't implemented dragging and need to refactor. Actually, there's a lot of things I need to refactor. So magnifier next. I think the magnifier should be pretty easy. It's just the coordinates that it picks for the magnifier are wrong right now. So it's correct if you're zoomed out like this. See, the magnifier is showing me the pixels that I'm hovering over. But if I zoom in on something, now if I go on this green area, it's like black. It's like it's picking the wrong coordinates, right? So I think that's just a coordinate shift problem. So in draw, we have draw the zoom rectangle, right? And the zoom rectangle figures out, well, that's okay, that's just the zoom rectangle. Where do we actually draw the magnifier? Oh, that's zoom. So the magnifier is in draw selection? Yes, somewhere here, right? No, wait, no, I'm wrong again. It's if you hold down shift, where is that code? Actually, it would be at the end, right? Somewhere around. I'm all turned around. Where's the... I'm probably skipping right past it, and people in chat are like, you keep going past it. Draw rulers, draw selection. It's not the zoom stuff. Not the scrolling stuff. Where is it? Oh, here it is. It's inside draw selection. Well, that makes sense. You only want to draw it if you're inside the image. If your cursor is over the image, right? So if you have a cursor position, I just noticed that we have it twice. That's fine. That might be why I was getting confused. If we have a cursor position, we're drawing the selection lines, and then we're painting in the zoomed in thing if enabled. So that's in here. So this math is wrong. Instead, I need to do self dot UI, the image position from UI. Position, inner area. Because that should do the same like flatting and maxing. It doesn't. This does it. That's splat and round, actually. This does a... Oh no, it does that. Okay, so hold on. Let me think about this. It should be the same as what we do for calculating these. In fact, I should just be able to pass these in. Yeah, it's this. That's exactly it, right? So why don't I just pass that into here? Yeah. The type of that is a tuple. Hey there, fluffy floofies. How'd you learn the language? Is it learn Rust or Rust? There we go. Learn Rust. There we go. That's what I'd recommend. So if you go to the Learn page, they have some stuff to follow. So it'll give you like 3 paths, and it depends on your learning style. You want to jump in with examples? You want to read from the book? Or do you want like there's like a third way. I forget what it is. That's what I'd recommend. And then it's always great to watch other people coding in Rust. So this channel, Togglebit, Musin, some others that I can't remember right now. And look up John Hu on YouTube. So youtube.com/. Actually, I don't know if he has his linked with just John Hu. Togglebit is on hiatus. He was streaming yesterday. There you go. Thank you, Nightshade Dude. So John Hu makes a lot of videos like for focused topics. So like when you really, really want to learn what a pin is, then go watch John Hu's video on it. he does like deep dives. But the learn links should get you started. Okay, this is obviously wrong. What was I thinking? I was thinking I wanted to reuse what was calculated up here, right? Oh, I only used it for that. I'm converting it back to a position in the UI for some reason. Plus image half scaling. That's oh, I got it. That's where I think we do want that. I guess I want to pass both, don't I? Or I can just recalculate this in there. All right, no, I just pass both. Pause image, pause UI. So the position in the image and the position in the UI. This is the position in the image, and the position in the UI is a pos2. Okay, so that's where we're going to put the image center. Is that turned back into, what did I have before here? Oh, it was doing like this stuff, right? So I kind of just want to make a position 2. Oh, there was a helper function for this too, right? It was like image, not image 2 UI, is it? Yes. But I remember that I hated that name. I need to fix that name. That's that. Okay, and that's positioned. Why does it not like this clamped? And Wednesday Toggle posted in his Discord he was going to take a break from streaming. I hope it's not as long of a break as mine was. I guess this needed to be a vector, so yeah, so that makes the type system all happy again. I wonder why. Because we end up clamping it with a vector, is that the only reason? Then we're adding things. I guess when you start doing math on positions, they become vectors. That's why I chose vector. Okay, so let me see where image scaling is used. Where we draw it on the display. I think that's still correct. Right, because that image scaling takes the zooming into effect. I think this might be closer to being correct, although I have a bug. Oh, hold on. That's position image now. So that's just this, right? Yeah. That was only so that I could look up the pixel's color and print it as a string. Okay. I do have the unused, so I didn't need the position in the UI. I must have recalculated that. So to find where I recalculated and then undo that. Okay, here's the magnifier. So we didn't break it when we're zoomed out. Now let's zoom in and see if it's still broken. Oh, it's sort of broken. So it's picking the correct pixel, but it's putting the magnifier in the wrong spot on the screen. It's picking the correct pixel now. So yeah, where it ends up drawing is incorrect. What do we do with the actual drawing? I guess it's here, right? Is this magnifier area? Enter. A lot of math. Right, because it had to be bounded. Overlap and all that stuff. Let me look at this again. So if we're not zoomed in, it does draw it in the correct space. If I'm very slightly zoomed in, it's very slightly off. It's a little more, it's even more off. So the more we're zoomed in, the more it's off. What if I zoom in the corner here? And the corner's still up here. Okay, so it has to do with the zoom offset, it looks like. Yeah, so if down here in the bottom right corner, if I zoom into that, yeah, see it. I see what's going on. Okay, the thing is, there's a lot of complicated math here. This is just casting it back to a float. This is the row and column. Oh wait, shouldn't this be position UI, not position image? That's probably what's going on, right? So if I took this, that would probably fix it. Guessing that was it. I was using the wrong variable. Nope. Completely wrong. Hmm. Wait, why am I multiplying by image scaling again? Oh, this was the correct thing. This is in the image coordinates. Okay, and that's clamped in image coordinates. Okay. But I don't want to do this to UI thing, right? Oh, no, it does want it in as floats. Because why? That's a float? I I think that doesn't need to be a float anymore. Oh, but it is handling both dimensions. I don't have a two-dimensional unsigned int thing. Okay, so anyway, I don't want to do... No, I do want to do that. But here, I don't want to do this. This should just be position UI. That's a vector. I think. And then I don't need image scaling because I've already given it the position where I want the rectangle drawn. It just needs to properly clamp it into the display. Yeah, so I fixed it. Yay, it is fixed. Cool, and then I don't need image scaling. Hooray! Oh my goodness, this is complicated. I think I have, yeah, I have a to-do thing to fix that, right? Draw zoomed area. Yeah, refactor, draw zoom. Okay, so that's done, I think. Let me do a little bit more testing, though. So, what happens if I super zoomed in? I think it doesn't actually, we don't actually need the magnifier anymore for super zoomed in, right? For super zoomed in, the magnifier is sort of actually zooming out, and it's sort of useless. The magnifier does show the pixel number, though. But yeah, if we're zoomed in max, like, it's sort of silly to have the magnifier, right? So the magnifier makes sense if we're not zoomed in that far yet. But what happens when if we are zoomed in, this is like pretty much the same magnification level as the magnifier, maybe a little bit more. If I can get it to match. That's pretty good. So it's at the same magnification layer, it's just adding the color, and it's also kind of like overdrawing the cross, which I don't care. If we're zoomed in more, maybe we just take, we zoom. So there's a zoom magnification, right? Maybe it's the greater of that and the current image scaling. Where is that done? I think it's that ideal magnifier size. Wait, why do I have this? Multiply by -2 to add the image width. What am I doing here? I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm taking magnifier size, which is 100, and I'm saying the smaller of 100 and the border size, which is inner border plus outer border, which is 2 plus 1. Oh, this shrinks the that's right. That shrinks the magnifier so that if the total image area is too small, it shrinks the magnifier down. Okay, so that shrinks it, but I want to also have it, before shrinking it, we want to potentially grow it to the size of the image scale. So actually, I want image scale back. Put image scale back in there, right? Image scaling. And that becomes... Yeah, aren't we always going to want it to be square, a pixel? So shouldn't the scaling always be a float? Yeah, that will enforce it, right? And if I have that, then I would max with that first. That's in pixels though, right? Yeah, well, I think it would just be that. So let's just pick X arbitrarily, but this is to do. Scaling should be scalar, not 2D. Because 2D scaling implies that we could have a rectangular, non-square pixels. Hey there, Lithium. I'm working on a very small piece of the data parser, but I am parsing data when I'm doing this. I have a script that's automating my parser right now just to extract an image so that I can use it as a test image. If I zoom in enough, the idea is that the magnifier, oh no, the magnifier is still too small. It's actually shrinking the image. But yeah, so this image viewer that I'm working on is using a test image that's actually parsed from this file here, pogslide. This is an animated GIF. Let's do a new tab on here, and then I can run. I haven't run this in a while, so good time to run it, right? Lithium, do I run into you somewhere else? I don't remember. There's so many names. How could I remember them all? I do hang out generally in programming and game development, or software and game development, right? You run into Nightshade Dude? Oh, you didn't run into me. You ran into Nightshade Dude. Well, yeah, Nightshade Dude's everywhere. We knew that. So this is my data parser. Like I said before, it's taking this pogslide GIF and it's breaking it down and finding that, hey, here's the first image in it, right? And here's a descriptor of it with the width and the height. So I have automation that extracts that out and plots it. I'd like to, when you click on an image, that it would add in the corner here the image viewer. So in the end, it's going to be integrated back into the main app. Right now, it's not. So it's a programmable data parser because it's not hard coded to parse GIFs. You teach it the format through a format file. And this format file is in a language I came up with, so the parser has a compiler for this format. And it does not parse itself yet. That's on the to-do list. Format for parsing formats, meta parsing challenge would be if we had a format that parsed a format. But right now, I have formats for parsing GIF, JSON, and MVE. I was working on that one because Quantum Apprentice was working on this. So the language for describing how to parse is kind of like C, but the functions are describing data blocks. And the top level data block is the whole file. So this is the whole file for a GIF. It has sub blocks for header, screen, data, and trailer. So that should match what you see here in these 4 rows, the 4 top level rows, right? Header, logical, screen, data, trailer. You can have loops and conditionals. Loops end up causing anything parsed in the middle of it to be what I call vector context. So they're vectors. So every time you go through the loop, you get another data, and so it just adds on a value to a data vector. So it means we looped 11 times. The first time we got a app extension. Next we had an image, and that's down in here. Image is part of a graphic control block, which has a rendering block, which has a table-based image. So it's semi-declarative, but when you get to things like loops, now it's procedural because it doesn't actually know the structure until it's navigated through all of the code paths, all the flow. There's flow through the format, depends on conditionals and breaks and stuff and other flow control. So like you can have a return flow control. So the flow you end up with using the flow control defines the shape of the format. So That's why you can have a GIF with 11 blocks or 1,000 blocks or none at all. And then sometimes you'll have where like something is interpreted a completely different way depending on what you see next. So like a data could be a graphic control block or a special purpose block, and those are parsed very differently. And the way we tell which one to go through is we look ahead one a couple bytes, I think. I think data header's 2 bytes. Yeah, data header is 2 bytes that we just kind of smash together. So you don't really know the final output shape until you've parsed ahead because of these conditionals. Now, if the format was fixed format where it didn't depend on itself, then you wouldn't need any loops or conditionals. It would be completely declarative. You keep the loop declarative in something like watch multi, but flow control is tough. There's lots of different ways that one could do this. I found this way to match what was done for MPEG-4. If you look up the standard for MPEG-4, and I think it's published through ISO and IEC and maybe even through the European ones too, but the way they describe the bitstream syntax for MPEG-4, it's very similar to this, and I was sort of inspired by that. So a lot of the places, it'll look like a sequence of statements, but every line is like another thing to parse, and they'll tell you how many bits, and they'll tell you a format. Very similar to the language I came up with because I was inspired by that. Yeah, anyway, that's what we're working on. Trying to get this image viewer, which also I'll hide that in the background. I'll go back to this tab and run it again. My terminal's too high. I think my terminal gets high when I add tabs. What does it? Oh, where did it go? It hasn't run yet. Okay, there we go. So I'm working on the bells and whistles of the image viewer, and again, this is something that would fit into here. Maybe it would go off to the corner here or something. When you click on an image, and it would just pop up. Here's what it looks like when it's been decoded. So yeah, right now I'm working on fixing this problem where if we zoom in and then we show the magnifier should at least zoom in as far as we have already zoomed in. We'll try to fix that. So this might be the right variable to pass in, but it might not be. We do divide by that. Scale. Oh, you know what I think it is? The this is the wrong value to put here. I want the magnifier scale to be at least image scaling, but we also have to do this to fit it into the image max area, right? So I guess what I would do is I would multiply by this first, and then divide, so we'll end up dividing it back out. Yeah, so it parses whatever, exactly. My DSL, so my DSL is built with Lollipop, very funny name, and then Logos. So like the syntax looks like, or the grammar of the language looks like this. So this is a kind of a statement to parse something, and there's like ignores or kind of like parses, and so are look-aheads, but they have they end up different values inside of the syntax tree, the abstract syntax tree. So here we go. Here's the while loop. Here's the normal unconditional loop. And then like at the very top is an entire format and then an entire list of formats. And it's kind of like Yak or Bison, which are other parser generators, and their syntax. In fact, you'll see kind of the same kind of thing. If you make a list of things, you'll have 2 rules that you can reduce to be a span statements, either the no input at all, so you get an empty vector, or you get an already constructed one with a new one, and then that's just added onto the chain. So if you had two things, two span statements you'd reduce 3 times. You'd first reduce with empty, second time you'd reduce with the first span statement, and then you'd reduce it again with the second span statement, and you end up with a chain with 2 things in it. Remember with tree sitter? I don't know tree sitter, but if this looks similar to that, then whatever helps. Logos is kind of cool. So you just declare your symbol type, your token type, and then you declare a whole bunch of macros on how the lexer will convert character strings into your tokens. So like you can have the reserved words and like special rules for new lines, or you can have regular expressions, and they can contain like parts that are like reused, like sub patterns. And you can have callback functions for some of these. I did that for strings here. So the string has a callback function that it post-processes this stuff to handle like escape sequences and stuff like that. But I like it in that it's very declarative, and it's really just decorating your token type. So everything is sort of centered around what you're getting out of the lexer. So lexer plus parser generator together give you a compiler. So it's turning files like this into a data structure in memory that is kind of like a recipe on like you'd walk through the GIF data structure to parse a GIF, which is what you end up with here, right? And like it's compositional. So when you get to header, it kind of like a function call is composing a program. It's going to go to the header and parse that, and then the output of that, whatever it returns or generates, fits back into the GIF there, and then it moves on to the next thing. So you make bigger and bigger building blocks, and at the leaf nodes of the tree, so to speak, are the built-in types like unsigned integer and string, and a couple others. All right, so I didn't test that, did I? I was going to test it, and then I got sidetracked. So the test is, oh, that's too big. Okay, I think I scaled it way too big. Do I need to divide instead of multiply, maybe? So how is that scale used? That's the question. Wait. Okay, I think this is just wrong, right? This is in pixels. Don't I want to take that, divide by that? And multiply that by the image size? So it'll be that divided by magnified region pixels, I think. Wrong thing. There we go. Tree sitter is Bison-like, has Rust bindings but generates C. Interesting. Yeah, Lollipop is a Rust crate that generates Rust. Okay, cool. So it's operating normally, and then when I zoom in, it's actually getting too big, isn't it? Okay, I'm doing this completely wrong. It's this ideal magnifier size. I need to increase it. I thought that was correct because that's 5. I'll let that out. Maybe if I made a mistake and I touched another line, maybe. You should log scale the multiplying or the magnifying. I just want to right now to make it at least as big as the zoom factor we're already at. So like that's cool. But when I get up to that, I don't want to shrink her. I actually want it to be to start at the 5x5 and or you know, something like that. But you know what? Maybe I do want it to just apply the image scaling to the magnifier size first. Right? Let's just see what that does. What could be the what could go wrong, right? So to make it I think it's actually going to make it too huge. Yeah. But if we zoom in, yeah, it's maybe not that big. Go to that. It's already too big. Yeah, take that back. Well, what if I reduce that to 10 or something? Now I'm just fudge factoring things. Shouldn't do that. I should like take a step back and think, what am I trying to do? How should I think about this problem? Yeah, see, that's too small. Well, that is doing the thing I want. It's making the region larger. It's just when it's small, it doesn't make it large enough. So I'm not going to screw with ideal magnifier size. That is the ideal magnifier size on screen. It's just that it should get even bigger if you're already zoomed in. Bring it back to the way it was. Wait, don't I want to take magnified region pixels and multiply by the image scaling and remove that? Don't I just want that and multiply? Yeah, I think that's what I want. It's going to be 5 by 5, so 5 times the current image scaling and make it the larger of that or the ideal size. So it's going to start at the ideal size and maybe get larger. That's cool. That's exactly right. And we zoom in like that. Cool. And then we zoom in even further. Yeah, good. We did it. Because the magnifier is sort of silly to have when you're already zoomed in, other than like it kind of lets you see the color that your cursor is on. Okay, I'm gonna say it's fixed. There was a problem with sometimes I can mess up the aspect ratio, right? I forget exactly how I did that. There we go. The aspect ratio is messed up, right? It's corrected by zooming out. Was it if you zoom in and then change the window aspect ratio and then zoom out? Yeah, something like that. So I need to fix that. That's an issue. I do this a couple times, like I can get it to where it's no longer squares. Anyway, I think the answer to that is that wherever I have image scaling, it needs to be a scalar. And that will force my hand in the code where we have to maintain the aspect ratio of the pixels. Changing window aspect, yeah, there's something to do with that. Before we get to that, I should have a to-do list item so that I'm actually tracking that I'm doing it about it. Maintain aspect ratio when zooming. So I prematurely marked that as done. So, because there were extra bugs, right? Oh no, that it was fixed, but I had another one which I just finished. So technically I should have written this earlier. Fix bug in magnifier being too small if already zoomed in far enough. Done. Okay. Fix aspect ratio. So this image scaling should just be a scalar. So the problem is the inner area on screen comes from what? Comes from this inner area. Right. So we ask the image to calculate the size it needs. So it's based on the original image size. So if the image is rectangular, we'll get a rectangular image that has the same dimensions as the original image. The idea is that when we yeah, I think this thing preserves the aspect ratio if I remember right. That's it doesn't say here, but I think the load for size preserves the aspect ratio, but makes it bigger if you have the room for it. Yeah, so there's a maintain aspect ratio, and I think that is defaults to true, right? So by default, you're maintaining the aspect ratio. So when you say, please load and calculate a size given some real estate that you have available to fill, it will maintain the aspect ratio for you, giving you the actual size. So I just need to make sure whenever I get that it had better be, so that means this zoom rectangle has to be the same aspect ratio as the image. So really then two things. It's convenient to have that as a rectangle because it maintains like, actually, hold on, maybe I don't need to be rectangle. I need two values though. The top left, like the offset, and then the number of pixels. So, okay, it's going to be a rectangle. Anyway, I think about it, it's going to be at least two values, so might as well keep it a rectangle. But if we know that the invariant is that these have the same aspect ratio, then this could just be arbitrarily one dimension of it, right? Yeah. Okay. Maybe I won't force inner scaling to be, image scaling to be a scalar. We just need to make sure that whenever zoom is set, it has to have the same aspect ratio. Or close to it. If we're zoomed in, and the image is not a square, we might be forced to cut off part of the, like either the last row or the last column, right? Yeah. I think whenever we set zoom, we just need to make sure it's close enough to the aspect ratio as possible. So there's one place that we're allowed to set it, right? Here in set zoom. So I can just do it here. So if I were to spell it all out, it would be like this. And then we have to constrain one or the other. It doesn't really matter, right? So constrained height would be, yeah, wouldn't it just be width times the actual image width? Somewhere where we can, yeah, this image to UI thing, right? Image size unscaled. Image size dot x, and then no, times y divided by image size dot x, right? Because the width divided by the image size x is the scaling of the zoom, and then this converts it. This applies the same scaling factor to the y dimension, right? So then I want to round that or floor it. It doesn't really matter. We just need to get close. So then this becomes a rectangle from min-max of new bounds min, and then bounds min. It's actually not from min-max, it's from min size, right? This is going to be vec2 to width constrained height. Bound position. Wait. I thought that would turn it into a vector. A position plus a vector is... Okay, what I guess if it goes the other way, it'll stay a vector, right? Oh, is that the problem? I have to convert that to a vector first. Then I can add it. Okay, now it's really unhappy with me. Oh, because I said it was a constant function. Not a constant function anymore. Okay, now we're good. I never used the height. Okay. So then this I can just say is height. Okay. So that should keep the zoom rectangle to be pretty close to the image's aspect ratio. So it's never going to be exact because, well, it'll be exact for for squares, but not for rectangles, right? So it'll be on, so this, on this image, whoa, I messed it up. Okay, that was wrong. What did I do wrong? Min size. I mean, that's correct, right? So what did I do wrong here? I don't know what I did wrong here. Oh, that's what I did wrong. It just went the size, not the max. Okay. I'm sure someone in chat was like, why is he adding the min to that if he wants the size? Doesn't he just want the size? Because that's what it says from min size. And they'd be right. And now they're thinking to themselves, I knew it. I should have told him. So there we go. So I should not end up with like a weird aspect ratio, even if I resize this in weird ways. Okay. Oh, okay. I've gotten this 3 times now. It's some kind of weird X11 event processing bug. I don't even think it's in my code. It's like deep inside of W init. Failed to focus input context, bad pix map, invalid pix map parameter. Yeah, I don't think that's anything I'm doing. Okay. I'm just gonna say it's fixed. All right. Okay, so let's do the alt left clicking and drag should drag the visible region. It's been 2.5 hours. Okay, I've been really bad in picking stopping points for the stream, so like should I say stopping point is after I get this done, or do I want to try to be aggressive and do this plus refactoring? I think this is going to be a lot of work that I can do tomorrow or Sunday. This should be pretty quick. How about we'll say we'll try to do this and the refactoring. I think that'll be a good one. It is a weekend, but I still have to sleep, and I'm an old guy. Old guys need their sleep. I'm too old for this 24-hour stream thing. So the place that we handle moving around is in draw, right? Yeah. Handle dragging away. Shift image around. So wouldn't that go, that would go inside of this too, right? So really that goes in there. No. Zoom. Well, dragging is sort of zoom related activity. We're zooming into a different area, right? Yeah, so that really just goes here. And another copy goes here. Handle mouse wheel to zoom in and out. Okay, so instead of a match, it's just going to be a UI context input and more like if input modifiers alt. And then inside of that, it's only if we're doing a drag, right? Drag somewhere else. Was that drag? That was when dragging the rectangle. That was inside of this. Yeah. Can I do it all inside of dragged? Well, we have to know where you started clicking, right? Yeah, I think I'm going to copy some of this stuff. Oh, time to move into another function. Some fun name. Handle panning. Okay, don't need that. That can be that. No. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, it can be by reference. No, it's still got a problem here. Oh, it is eGUI response. Because I have my own response type, and that has to be specific. Okay, so if you drag inside of, well, if we have an interact pointer position, I think I should actually move this into that. Because I need to move the conditional stuff around. You'd write some Rust and date, looks fun. For now, it's all AI chats. Hey, that works too. So some things I like about Rust, the format is really awesome. I can just write code that's like all indented wrong and just hit save and it just immediately fixes it. I like that when I get it down to 0 error, 0 warnings, that I'm pretty sure that I didn't make any more mistakes if I told it what I wanted. Right here, I didn't tell it what I wanted. I just copied some code. But as I'm modifying it, it'll start to have errors. And when the errors go away, it's like a good sign that that I'm close to being done. At least the way I program. Once I get it to build, well, for UIs it's slightly different, but for most code, once I get it to build, it just works like the first time. I'm finding with the UI code though, Rust is perfectly happy with me doing the wrong math. I guess it's whenever you have math. There's a lot of math that goes into graphics. When you have math, Rust doesn't really help you so much. But the non-math stuff, like the type system, is really nice. But when you think about it, like, it really is kind of the same as C or C++, just with different syntax and grammar rules. In C, you would just use pointers instead of references. And it would be looser. The compiler won't really place a lot of restrictions on you. Rust is sort of just a different syntax with extra restrictions placed on you. Okay, so it's not that we have to be holding down Alt. It's if we're holding down Alt and we're dragging. So really this kind of moves into here. Right? See how like it completely like reformatted my code automatically? I like that. So if, what is the image dragged? This is basically saying if we have a pointer position and it maps to a part of the image and we're dragging, then, and this is where I need to make a copy of this. So there's the zoom drag and then there's the pan drag. That's what I want to use down here. So pan drag is also defaults to none. Then where were we? Handle panning. So the zoom drag becomes pan drag. So we were already dragging, update the second point. That's, no, we're not updating a second point. We are, and I need to remember two things. I need to remember this initial position, and we also need to remember what that corresponded to in terms of like, what was the corner of the zoom rectangle or something like that. Or, yeah, that'd probably be the easiest, right? Where was the corner of the zoom rectangle? So why don't I just make a structure for that? Pan info. So this would be like starting point. Well, I already have two things in the array. I just remember, no, it's better to have a strong type with names. And I really should have done that with the zoom. Well, the zoom drag is different. Those are two arbitrary points and it just forms a rectangle around it. This is different though. This is the starting point, starting UI point, right? And then starting point UI, if I put in the coordinate system last. And then in addition to that, we need to know the in starting zoom top left. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, so that pan info, if I can copy, it goes there. All right, so then that pan drag is a pan info, so we're already dragging. Update zoom, really. Then we're not mutating the pan drag. That's just remembering where we started. When we started dragging, here's where the zoom rectangle was, and here's where we were clicked on. Update zoom. So then let new zoom equal, we're just moving the center of it, right? So it's well, then why can't I just have this be the center? That'd actually be better, right? The new zoom is direct from center size, and I just need to have an offsetted center. So that would be like the pan drag starting zoom center plus the delta, drag delta. And then the size is just self zoom size. And then whatever that is, we need to make sure it's doesn't go outside the bounds of the image, right? So I had a function for that, didn't I? What did I call it? Fit within. I have a fit within that we can reuse for this. Right. So then it's just self.setZoom new fit within. Outer area would be the entire image, which I've been meaning to make a helper function for, but I don't have it yet. So we don't actually need to take it out, do we? We just need to borrow it. Okay, we don't know what drag delta outer area is yet. So if you weren't dragging and you start dragging while holding down Alt, then we're start dragging capture starting points. So that's some pan info. The starting point in the UI is the position, and then the zoom center is self.zoom.center. Perfect. Okay, so if you're not dragging, but there was a pan drag, then actually we don't need to do anything, right? So it's just take it. Wait, this. I don't actually need that. That was an arbitrary second because we were having trouble with repainting, right? Where I copied that from is wrong. Yeah, this I think just needs to schedule a repaint. That's only because it doesn't automatically know that when we set the zoom that we need to repaint. So whenever we set the zoom, we need to why don't I just we need to have a UI, that's why. I was gonna say why don't we do it inside of setZoom, but we can't because we don't setZoom doesn't have a UI. So yeah, I don't think this needs to do anything. We can just say else self and drag is none. That's all I need to do. Okay, so this outer area, let's just invent a new thing called self default zoom. Okay, and then that would go up right here. Self, and it gives me a rectangle, and here's where I'm going to finally give a home for that common stuff. And I remember, yeah, here it is. Rect, it's this thing. So that becomes self default zoom. Default zoom gets that. So it's the rectangle from 0, 0 to the image's width and height. That's the default zoom, which is the whole rectangle. So wherever we do this, position 0 is the candidate for calling it. Yeah, so here we go. So in fact, I can replace, this doesn't need to be a closure anymore. This could just be, oh, it does need to be a closure because we have to do self dot default zoom. It's a much easier closure. And here's another one where we did it. Oh, but this one we can't do because we don't have a self yet. I'll get back to that one. If we have default zoom for size as an outer function. Oh, I have a mouse dead zone now. Can't click and drag there. Drag down there. Okay, where would it go? Here. So if we had a default zoom that doesn't have a self, but instead has width and height. Then oh, I see. So we just do width height here. So given that, I can go to the other default zoom and make it in terms of this could just be default zoom self image width self.image height for that. Okay, and I do have an error. I need to fix the error. Right. So I need to compute drag delta now. Hey there, TS Just. Good morning. TS Just. I'm getting on a schedule that's semi-regular, so you should know. For you, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings. And then either Saturday evenings or Sunday evenings. I'll probably be streaming. I haven't settled on, for me, the weekend day for me. It's weird because for me, Friday's still a weekday, but technically for you it's a weekend, right? It's like Saturday morning for you. That's where it gets weird to me. To like do the time conversion. All right, I need to calculate this drag delta. Let drag delta equal. It's just the distance we're at now. That's position minus the distance we started at. And drag. Starting point UI. That's it, right? There we go. I got 2 warnings. I don't need time duration anymore because only that debugging code needed that. Then this can be constant. And I have another warning. This can also be constant. Woohoo! Okay, so if I did that right, I should be able to drag the image around if I hold Alt when I start to drag. I think that's my pinky finger. No, the ring finger is the Alt key. Okay, let's see if this works. I zoom in and then Alt. Whoa! I think I know what's going on. As we pan around, the other thing is it's also going to zoom as soon as I release the button. Okay, so there's 2 bugs. One is that it thinks I'm going to zoom in. The other one is that as I move away from that point, yeah, the difference is not correct anymore. Like, yeah, I did that wrong. Let me reboot real quick though, because I have a mouse dead zone again. Okay, so preventing a drag causing a zoom would be, we see if we're already panning. Well, no. We just need to see is if the Alt key should not be pressed. So whether the Alt key is down or not when we start dragging determines which operation we're doing. The other thing I can do is I can combine those 2 states together. That might be the proper Rust way to do it. Looking back at my camera to see if I get this right. That's good right there. Yeah, making a new tab makes the window too tall. Run that in one window. I'll run the other one in the other. Can only build one thing at a time. Why are you taking so long to compile, Rust compiler? Come on, man. 32 seconds? Jeez. There's the image data we want to visualize, by the way. Still building the bridge. 42 seconds. Man. Okay, we don't want Alt to trigger the other kind of zooming. Actually, I think I'm just going to flip it so that Alt is actually going to handle zooming by dragging. So this will be, so this, let's do a bookmark. Control K, yeah. And then the other one was in handle panning. This should be panning by dragging also. Here's where I'm going to put another one. So I want this if actually copied in the other place. Here. I want, if you hold Alt, start dragging by zooming, but if the panning by zooming will be if it's not Alt. That should fix one problem. What we cooking? I'm glad you asked, because I just rebooted and I opened this and I'm like, should I give a top level view of what, or top level description of what I'm doing? About that time, right? So this is a programmable parser. And what that means, parsing is you give it a file, in which case, for example, this pog slide animated GIF looks like this in binary, and we're giving this to the parser. What a parsing does is it takes all these bytes and figures out what they mean. So in this case, it means that, hey, there's a header, there's a logical screen, there's some data blocks, and then there's a trailer at the end, right? And inside the data blocks, there's like an application extension, graphic control block, and inside there's an image. And there are the pixels of the image. So what I've been working on the last couple of weeks is making a visualizer for images so that rather than getting all the raw data, it would like show something like this to say, well, you clicked on this is the image, right? If you clicked on the next image, it would show you the next frame of the animated GIF and all that. That's what I've been working on. But and this is what parsing is, turning raw binary data into the basically what it means. This is what you get. This is the information that's stored in this file, right? Now it's programmable because it's not hard coded to understand GIFs. You can teach it different formats using a format language that I came up with. We should do PDFs. Should I add that to the list? I mean, why not? To do PDF format. Because I already have like JPEG, PNG. They got a bunch of other formats. So yeah, the parser has a built-in compiler for this language I came up with. So it has a tokenizer, a lexer, and a also called a tokenizer, and a parser generator, which defines grammar rules to reduce this text into how to build the compiled version of this, which is a data structure kind of like a tree, somewhat similar to the output data tree, only it's kind of like a template. It says like follow through this data tree as a recipe to parse these bytes into this data structure. So for example, the entire file matches this rule. So you can see like where there's header, logical screen, data, and trailer, you'll see the same thing in the output, right? Those same things. Data is an array because data is declared inside a loop. See how that works? So if I had a two-dimensional loop, you would get a two-dimensional array of things. Now these are formed like building blocks. They build off of each other. So GIF builds upon header, and header builds upon version, and so on until you get to these elementary types, S and UI. That's string and unsigned integer. Whenever you see a colon, it's like constrained to a certain number of bits. So this means that there's going to be a variable called next. It's an unsigned integer, and it's going to be 8 bits long. This is a string called signature, 24 bits long. That's why up here at the top of the file, this signature is exactly 3 bytes long. That's 24 bits, right? So here's the same language, but describing a different format. This is JSON. You might be familiar with this one. So JSON document has some white space, but inside of it is a value. And a value, if you look ahead one character, you can tell that if it's a curly brace, it's got to be an object. And then an object has an open brace, closed brace. And inside you have elements separated by commas. Name value is a string name and a value. And again, reusing that value building block. That's why an object can have nested values and they can nest infinitely as deep as you want, right? So you can imagine, like, if as long as the grammar of my parsing language supports all the things you might need a parser to do, you could describe any format and reuse this tool for any kind of formats you want to do in the future. Maps and encrypted portions. I do a little bit of decoding for GIF. That was kind of fun. So when you get down into the images, the image data is actually not this output stream, because if it was, you would see a lot of FFs, right? But you don't see a lot of FFs. Why is that? Well, this image data is composed of a bunch of blocks prefixed by size. So there's the size of the block 0, and there's the block 0, and then the size of block 1, and then the block 1. So you're supposed to take the sizes to tell how big the blocks are, and then you take each of the blocks and you have to glue them together, and that becomes the input to the LZW decoder. So here it is. So this is all the blocks glued together without the size bytes. And the way it works is you feed these one chunk at a time into the decoder, and it spits out the output bytes. So there happen to be 5,994 input blocks, and here they are. I could go through them all, right? This is just to form the pixels for one image. So I chose not to actually put the output directly into this array. I just have it so that it collects it all into a big vector, and then you get it back out. But I have been thinking that it would be nice to be able to show what the output pixels are that correspond to each input chunk. Because the way that the decoder works is you might get 1 pixel out, or you might get 2 or 3 or any number. It's sort of like, kind of like builds upon repetition. So if you have the same string of pixels somewhere else in the image, it can just use the same decoder table entry. And these are entries in that table where it goes into the table, it sees what's there, and that's what to output for the pixels. And at first, the table is just a 1-to-1 mapping. Like 0 means the 0 pixel, 1 is the 1 pixel. But when you get to 256, that means it's built from some pixel plus something else, like a 2-pixel output blob. And I can't show that here because I chose not to print it, but I probably should change it so that it does. Anyway, that algorithm actually fits in my language pretty concisely here. I can fit it on almost one screen. So there's a big loop, and there's some input block, and there's like some special codes that you have to do special things for. One of them is the end of information code where you break out. But and here's where we're building the table. Right here. Where? Well, here's where we're fetching out of the table. Here's a special case if your input token is exactly the length of the table. You do something special. Yeah, here's where we're adding to the table here. I think that is correct. Yeah, and if the table gets to the next like power of 2 in size, then the number of bits for each input block goes up by 1. That code size is reused up here as the size of an input. Yeah, and here's where it says output is right here. So it's a private variable of the LZW stream. We're not keeping it around, so we're not showing it. I think the way I would do this is whenever we grab an input, I kind of want to put the output back in with the input, so that it shows up in the output data tree. But here's where we take the output and we build it byte for byte and from the next. Anyway, I thought that was cool. Square root of lithium. Well, you have to decrypt lithium first. That is true. Lithium is 3 how many neutrons though? Is it also 3, or is it like only 2, or is it 4? How many isotopes of lithium are there? 3 if stable. Gotcha. So I was working on that. Click and drag will pan, but Alt click and drag will zoom in. So that's working. So now click and drag will pan, but the panning is broken because it's not supposed to continuous pan like that. It's supposed to pan, it's supposed to be like dragging. So I got that wrong, obviously. I think the way I want to do it is instead of recording the screen position, I think I want to record the pixel position, right? And then we want to know, what do we need to know? If I start dragging here, and I drag to the right, we don't want to drag all the way across the image. We only want to drag the distance between the two. Don't I just want to add that to the original scroll zoom thing? Oh, I think I might know the bug. I think it's using the adjusted zoom instead of the original zoom. Oh, we're using the starting zoom. This should be fine. I'll get it then. Oh, unless this position is not the screen position. Oh, it's not. We're doing that. Okay, I don't want to do that. This map is inappropriate. We don't want to do that. I do want to do it, but I want to do it when I compute drag delta. So that this actually goes here. What's wrong with my map? Vec2 is not an iterator. Oh, that's a vector. So I need to turn it into a so this is a delta dot to position, right? Oh, yeah. It's not map, is it? Yeah, okay. I was doing map because I was up where I was using it. It was inside an option. Here it's not inside an option. So actually, I just want to put that in front of that, and then comma inner area. There. It still needs that to be a position. Back to position you go. And then the whole thing needs to be, this delta is a vector. Okay. If I got that right or not. All right, so zoom in and then Alt. Oh, it's like it like punted me all across the map when it did that. Oh, try this again. Yeah, it's shunting me across the map. Okay, that starting point is the original position, so if I don't move very far, this will be 0. Oh, wait. What does this do again? Okay, that's wrong. I don't want it to be relative to the size. So that function's unsuitable. I do want to take that. Don't I want to just like take that and multiply by the inner area? Hold on. Think about this. It needs to go into the image coordinate system from UI coordinate system. So don't I have a thing for that? UI image position from UI. Yes, that's what I wanted. I think. Now, if that's what I just had, and I'm putting it back to the same thing again, then I'll feel very foolish. Yep, I should feel foolish. Okay, so I do want that, but I don't want to get a. It shouldn't be a delta, right? Right. Drag delta. Right. Okay, I know it. The position we need to convert first. So then I did want to map it. Okay, so it was correct before. So let me undo. Undo, undo, undo. I want that. I do want to map it to an image position. Right. But I don't want. I do want that. Oh, wait. This ends up using zoom. So I want unscaled, right? Oh, that's the problem. I don't want top left. I want the original top left. Okay, why don't I just make another variant of this function? Image position from UI with zoom. Right, and then this just take the self off of that. In fact, I don't even need that self. And this just can call the other one. Pause image area UI self.zoom. And this becomes a free function that we can reuse in the other place. It's free. Okay, and then we're going to use that back in the handle panning by dragging. Right, so that's this. Or we could just move the mapping into here. Yeah, so let position equal that. Oh, end up there. Position. That's inner area. And then this one is a rectangle center size. And here, the center is okay, it's actually different if we have a pan drag or not. Here it's the zoom starting zoom center. Here it's self.zoom.size. So then I don't map the position here. I could just build this into delta position. Right, and then sort of reusing the same thing for the starting position. Actually, here I can just use self image position from UI. There we go. I think I did it. If I did that. What bot do I use? You should ask the bot. Yeah, I developed my own bot in Rust called RimuBot. I need to go back and clean up RimuBot. It's based off of a version of Rust that's pretty old now, like 4 or 5 years old. It uses SQLite database backend. No, I'm not from Ohio. What made you think someone say that? Are you putting your whispers into chat again? Okay, it's scrolling, but it's scrolling the wrong way. So I have a sign difference. I guess that is either way. I can put this in front, I guess. Subtract the other one. I'm a Sigma GigaChad developer. I don't know about that. Flattery will get you everywhere, right? There we go. Look at that nice drag. And see how the coordinates stay the same? 58 by 42. There's a little bit of jitter in there. Other than that, we're looking good. And I shouldn't be able to drag. See, if I try to drag past, it doesn't let me. Yeah, yep. So we're constrained from dragging off any of the edges. Cool. Hey, I'm happy. We should also be able to drag while the magnifier's on. Okay, we're getting a lot of jitter with that though. I guess that's to be expected because my mouse the mouse might not be right on the center of a pixel. It might be slightly off. I think I'm okay with that. Cool, we're done. Time to refactor. So I'm going to pretend all along that we said left clicking should drag and alt left clicking should zoom. And no one will ever know. Dragging is not easy logic. No, I just find it amusing whenever I get things backwards. When the sign is backwards, it leads to some really amusing bugs. Okay, let's do some refactoring. I think that's the last thing I want to do. Mainly I want to refactor the zoomed area, but I think we're going to end up doing some more. Because that's what always happens. First thing, let's sort. If this still works, if I can double click that, do that, sort methods, great. It did it for me. If only that always worked. Are these all sorted? No. So the vertical ruler needs to move down. Draw vertical rule. I guess that goes here. Okay. So horizontal ruler mark should go with horizontal ruler. Right above this one. Oh, okay. I think we're good with free functions. Cool. about impl image viewer? We just have a new. Okay, fine. So it was handle zoom, right? What did I say I wanted to refactor? Draw zoomed area. Draws. What? Oh, it's inside here. Draw zoomed. This one. This is the big bad one, right? Okay. I think before we refactor draw zoomed area, I want to extract out the stuff we built into a structure and then give that structure implementation that has these methods in it so that we don't have to pass around so many arguments, because that's one of the lint problems right now. One thing I'm concerned about is there's a self here. Why did we need a self? What's the self used for? It's for image size UI unscaled. Why do we have that? Oh, for clamping purposes. Yeah, okay, so we do need that. But if that's the only thing, I can extract that out and we don't need self. Then that'd be perfect, because then I could sever this. Okay, it also needs access to the pixels. We could let it borrow the pixels though in that call, right? In fact, I can let it I can let the structure borrow the pixels, and then we'll be able to see a really cool thing, which is Rust lifetimes. So let's start with dropping the self and see what breaks. This is one thing I like about Rust. I can just like drop the self, and then where the errors are now are guiding me to what I need to change. What's the error here actually? Right, it can't find the function because it's in the wrong spot, so we're going to move it, right? So let's move it and put it in the correct spot, which is free function land. Draws that right there. Free function land. That gets outdented once. Gets to breathe a little bit. Okay, so now everywhere we have an error, we have a self, right? So I guess that will put it here. Image size. I could just call it the same name. That'd be even easier, right? It is what? It is a vec2. So wherever we say self image size UI unscaled here, select them all. Sure, I have them all selected. Yes. Then I hit right, backspace, backspace, left 2 words, backspace, 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 delete. Done. All right, one more self in here. Pixels and image width. Image width we get from image size UI unscaled, right? That's unscaled. Yeah. Oh wait, no, it's converted to UI space. Okay, which is just a float. Okay, so it's the width, but as a float, so I could just recover it, right? Like that. Although I will cause the linter to freak out at me with that though. So I'm wondering if I should include it here. Well, we'll get to that. I need to have the pixels in there. So type of pixels. And type it correctly. Vec32. I'm not going to pass into Vec32 because that would be silly. Right? Then we're going to turn into a slice. 32s. And then we just do that. Okay, and then where we call it, we need those 2 extra things, right? So I chose to put the UI unscaled after the scaling. Self dot scaled. And then the other thing was the pixels. This we decided we didn't need to do because we have an invariant that it's a rectangle. The scaling is rectangle. Or square, sorry, square. Okay, yes, I'm aware that it has too many arguments. Yes, and then this is the truncation problem. They have this should probably have the same reason for the too many arguments. And sign loss. Okay, so I'm just gonna run it to make sure I didn't break anything. So I've extracted out stuff that I want in the new type as free functions with lots of ugly arguments. So next will be to put them into a structure and make it clean again. I think this looks awesome. Okay. Oh, I didn't notice. Is the ruler correct? Yeah. Cool. All right. Draw zoomed area. Okay, so whenever you find yourself doing a whole bunch of computation up front to calculate some variables, and then you're just passing the same variables to different functions, that should scream at you that you are using the builder pattern. You're building something, and then you are operating on the thing you built. That's exactly what I'm doing here. So I need to take all this stuff and put it into a type. That's what we're building. So let us do that now. Kind of deserves its own submodule, doesn't it? So this is like image viewer selection. So if I had a folder called image viewer, I would have a module called selection, rs. And in image viewer at the top, I would do, I think the mod should go first before the uses, but I don't know if I've been consistent about that. Anyway, we're gonna dump all that junk, right? So we're gonna have a public, do I need it to be public? I think I do. Struct selection. Now I didn't actually delete this code, did I? I hope I just copied it. Yeah, I just copied it. So I just need to get the types out of this. So the let's go away. Then these just become what they are, right? Font ID. Image scaling is a vec, I think. Dude, why am I guessing when I could flip back to here and do that? That's a vec. Float. Okay. Does that really need to be its own two separate floats, or can I guess they are, because one goes to one function, the other one goes to the other. Well, but I could combine them to ruler text, right? Why don't I do that? So ruler text is a position too. Okay, so that's a tuple. And A vec and a position. All right. It needs to know what these things are. These are all from eGUI. Okay, and then let's sort these. Actually, does this have a way to sort? Yeah, there we go. Sort them for me so I don't have to. Yay. All right. So then we'll have an impl selection where we will build it. So public function. Well, hold on. Do I need to have two separate things, or can I just build it and then tell it to just draw itself? I'll have to tell it that and that. Or I can put that directly into the thing. I think I promised to do that because that would make it fun. I don't think I really need to do it this way, but well, then it makes it easy to I just tell it to draw itself, right? I would also have to give it whether the shift key is pressed. Or I guess I could just give it the UI when it's told to draw. That would make sense anyway. Draw with this UI, right? But yeah, let's just for fun, let's make the pixels in here too. This is how it works. To put a reference to, I think it's U32, right? Yeah. To do that in a structure is kind of weird. In fact, it's going to tell me I can't do that because I'm missing a lifetime specifier. Well, that means we have to say what that lifetime is. Now we could be an a-hole and say it needs to be static, but that's not very useful. So we're going to say for some lifetime pixels. And in order for that to work, we have to declare that type, that lifetime. So whenever we use a pixels, it's kind of like a template or in Rust it's a trait. It's an argument to the type. So whenever you use selection type, you're going to have to give an argument. You're going to have to give it some lifetime. Now, sometimes you can let the compiler do that for you. Other times it requires that you type it manually. So see how it goes. So I want a function new. Question is, how much of this can we do in the new? It really doesn't need to be reusable. So really, I just need everything that comes from self. So for example, we could have this still done here, but these other things, like I could just pass an image, I could just pass an inner size and self zoom, for example. Or I could just, I'll just do it. Sorry, I'm speaking in half sentences. New can have functions shouldn't have a whole lot of arguments, but I could just not have a new and just make it public. Make everything public. And then you just assemble it, and then you tell it to draw itself. Would that be? No, let's try to not do that. It's better not to do that anyway. This is calculated from the other, so that doesn't need to be passed in. So I'll start with this. Right there. But we know that we don't need to pass in one of those, which was half scaling. I don't need that. And actually, that's few enough arguments. We're probably good, right? Yeah. So do this right. I just say that. And it just wants to know how to compute half scaling. So that's this. It's half of that. All right. And then I think this is going to tell me that it's never used, so we just need to use it. Okay, but in addition to new, we should also have a function draw. Just the UI that it needs. And that is an eGUI UI. Reference goes on the type, except for self, which is a special flower. Okay, so then that's where we're going to put all this stuff. That just goes straight into there. And then that U, right. Size UI unscaled. I think I'm just going to make that part of draw. Well, I've been calling it that, so let's just keep calling it that. So then I get rid of the self. This already is borrowed, so I don't need to borrow again. Okay. Import that from eGUI. Okay, so then a whole bunch of selfs get... Oh, we need inner area. So a whole bunch of things get selfs in front now. For the moment. That's self with a dot y. That pop-up is really annoying. I thought I made it so it shouldn't pop up until I hit, unless I hit, what am I hitting here? Control O. But it's happening on dots now too, which is annoying. Texture? Where to get texture? That must be an argument. Where were we? Draw zoomed area. Okay, texture is given. I might move some of these into the new. Or it might be with the builder pattern where you guys just have to call things one after another. Yep, there's more stuff. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, that's self. What am I doing? I was about to add another argument. I'm like, no, we already, it's part of our state. Okay, so really the only things that aren't in the state are the UI texture, inner area, and UI size. Is that right? Yes, it mirrors those, and I should have them in the same order so I don't get confused. Okay, so then what we end up wanting to do is let selection equal selection new. Well, use that new. Okay, so the font, that image scaling. Actually, we can keep the names. I can just move this. That goes to there. That goes there. So this is self dot pixels and wait, why do I have ruler? Oh, that's ruler text x y. Yeah, so that's I can just do ruler text is inner area left top minus vec2. Actually, if that's only used in one spot, I can just make it a splat. Wait, I did the wrong thing. Ruler line width. It's using a bunch of spots, so we can't just do that. Okay, so I do have to do a vec2 splat that. Okay. Right, so then it's just that, and then selection raw. And then that is self dot that. Okay, and then this we already moved, so I can delete it. Then I'm surprised it didn't mark all those things as unused. Probably because we have compiler errors. But yeah, all of these, they're actually in the wrong file now, so I just need to move them. I'll be careful and draw them. I'll be careful and move them one at a time. Is we move it. Being careful so I don't lose information here. Horizontal, okay. Draw a zoomed area. This monster. Goes there. Okay. I gotta fix all the errors, which are probably imports, right? Okay, that has to be cloned. I think this wants a font ID, yeah. All right, and then these are all missing imports. Oh, margin, that might actually move. Yep, margin moves. Probably X2. Yep. So those both move into select into this module. Right there. Okay. Stroke is eGUI. Image to UI. I think I can just import that from Super. I can say that, but then it's really Super. What mouse do I use? Do I have a mouse command? I don't remember. Specs. Oh, that's the OS. Hey there, Endorn. I have a G600 mouse. All the little buttons on it. G600. I think this is my third G600 because they eventually die on me after several years, and I don't want to have to learn a new mouse, so I just end up getting another G600. In fact, they've broken so many times that I get I have the next one in the box behind me, so when this dies, I can just switch to the new one and then order the one after that. Okay, so I think all the magnified variables go together. I'm just gonna assume for now that all the magnified variables go together inside the selection. Cursor ideal cursor size, so that probably also moves. These probably both move into here, right? Yeah, okay, and we're getting there. Image is an eGUI image. Fit within imports from our super. Actually, they might move here if we don't need them anywhere else. We shall see. We will evaluate the supers in a bit. Order radius is an import. Stroke kind is an import. And line 2 is an import. All right. Here. So we can start deleting things. We don't need a line 2. Okay, so let's evaluate the supers. How come I can't click that? Won't let me click it. I don't know why. Okay, we do. It's a free function in the image viewer, so we do need to import it from super. Probably same with image to UI, which is a really bad name. Yes. Okay, so that's fine. So then, oh, I have some chat. How do you sit on streams for so long and call? Well, you get up every hour. I probably should get up every hour. It's almost 4 hours now. I'm just get too focused. I should probably take breaks. Most streamers, after a while, they like start setting up reminders and automation to like remember to take breaks, or they have chat tell them to take a break. Well, thank you, Endurn. All right. Incremental refactoring. So I'm running it again to make sure nothing broke. Yeah, I'm working on an image viewer, which is a plugin for a programmable parser I'm working on. My parser parses anything you can teach it how to parse using a custom language, and this is where it's parsing a single frame out of an animated GIF from PogSlide here. And the main parser looks like this, where the input's on the left and the output's on the right, and the output is generated from the input using a recipe file in the language that I invented. So like this represents the whole file. It should match this stuff. So like header, logical screen, that's all these. And you build it with building blocks. So that's the whole file. Header is one of the sub blocks, and header has a version. So they can form compositions. They can nest. You can even have recursion. So I'm working on the image viewer because if you're parsing an image and you get down to the image data, it would be really handy to actually see, like on a panel or pop-up that hey, that image looks like that. I'm just checking here to make sure I didn't break anything. Okay, I think we're good. The eye of the pog. Okay, cool. All right. All right, so this set of free functions should be a lot smaller. What's this draw vertical? Oh yeah, that is separate. Yeah. You know, I could do this, or I can do it tomorrow. I don't want to sign up for too much stuff tonight. Okay, so now that I've captured all the state into here, I can do this little trick now where I can make these member functions and then get rid of a lot of the arguments. That's what we're going to do immediately. So the trick is just take all of these and paste them inside, and then add self in front of them all. Add self, and then self in front. Okay, and then now we can start eliminating variables. So font, all this stuff is gone, right? Actually, position's not gone. Wait, position is actually position UI, so let's rename that first. Then I can delete it all. Then I can put the self in front of everything that has a red squiggly under it. This needs to have a dot, and this ruler text. Oh, that's formatted there. So we actually don't want that to be selfed. So I decided to put that after inner area. After, yeah. Yeah, right here. And this has to be cloned. I think layout no wrap takes a font ID, so it has to get a clone. Right, and then I just remove the ones that have self in front. And then do that again. So actually, I should just look and see the ones that have self in front. Those are the ones I remove as arguments. So the same thing here where this is really named pause UI. And then delete the font, the text, and the position. Those two and that one. Find all the red squigglies, put self in front. Put the dot there. Clone that. Then remove the self things in front. Make them go away, that's right. Okay, so draw selection lines, the last two arguments go away. So scaling and, that's position UI again. Little name inconsistencies. Now I can remove it. Put self in front of all the things. Wait, that image scaling? Image half scaling, okay. Now I can delete it. there's actually a smarter way to put all these cursors there, but I already had too much invested. Okay, and get rid of the two selves. So now we've reduced the number of arguments to these individual functions quite a lot. So I should be able to get rid of the too many arguments now. Hooray! Same thing on this guy. How come I can't click him? I don't know. Hooray! I think I need to restart Rust Analyzer. Having trouble indexing this file. I'm not getting little helper things. So frustrating. Okay. Well, there it is. Came back. Came back. Okay, never mind. It's all good. So then, okay, so it's the last three and then keep one. So that's actually image scaling X. Delete it and delete these three. Okay. Self dot. Self dot. Then dot X. Self dot. Then I can get rid of these. Cool. So now we should be under the too many lines and arguments. Nope. Too many lines is still too many lines. All right. So the too many lines thing, really, I just need to break this up into smaller functions, which are easier to do now because we have shared state. Time to run it again to make sure I didn't break anything. How many seconds will it be? 8.81? 15? Whoa. I mean, it looks like it's working. That's the zoomed area, by the way. The corner cases that it handles. Literal corner cases. As in, our mouse cursor is at the corner of the image. What do? We also have edge cases. Edge case. Edge. Edge down there and edge over here. All seems to be working. Okay. So yeah, if I show you how this works now with the lifetime thing, see how we didn't have to say the lifetime there? That's because it figured out the lifetime from this argument. Because we used, hold on. We used a borrow from self for this third argument and said, oh, well, whatever the lifetime the color used, that's pixels. And we're able to store the borrow in there because we don't keep selection around. We just construct it and use it to draw, and then it goes out of scope. So it doesn't live longer than our own borrow, so we're fine. So there's a very simple example of how you can store a reference inside of some data. As long as it's scoped to that lifetime and it doesn't live longer than the borrow that went into it, then you're good. Now, if you tried to return that selection, you'd have a big trouble because then you'd have to extend the borrow beyond this borrow. That would be hard to do. Good night, Nightshade dude. I need to go to bed too. But actually, it's the weekend, so you know. The consequence of streaming later now is if I stream tomorrow, it won't start until later. Right? Happy New Day. Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, I want to try to get rid. My objective tonight is to get rid of all these to-dos. Okay, I actually don't need this anymore. I think I can remember the tint if I need it again. Actually, should I just address this one now? I don't know. Has anything special happened on August the 2nd? That deserves fireworks? You know, I think I'm just gonna say it's good. It's fine. Like I'm getting used to having to do parentheses around everything to convert it back to a position. Kinda do want to search for this though. It's only in one other spot. And it's not doing the same thing. It's doing a round instead of a division. So, not like there's repetition, copy paste code. There's only one place where it is. Okay, anyway. To separate these into separate functions, we need to find what's shared between them. So some of these variables are shared between them. So these might be pre-computed. Like this whole section constructing state that we use later. Okay, so magnifier size is local. The magnifier scale is not. Used later. Local. Not local. Not local either. Yeah, this is the problem I ran into when I was first considering refactoring this code. It's actually kind of hard to untangle the variables here. Really, there's a whole lot of variable construction before we actually do something like this paint at, right? Wait, why am I constructing the image only to paint it down here? Wouldn't that make more sense to keep these two local like that? Yeah, that makes more sense. That might be the reason why some of this is tangled. Oh, I had it in there because conceptually it's part of the construction of the image. Yeah. Yeah, I think this should just be draw. Combine these two sections. A lot of it is just construction of variables, and then here's the actual drawing. Well, really it's these two. I don't really need a name for that. This could just be that dot paint at. That's probably better. Because it's really just saying, take an image, give it some UV coordinates, and paint it somewhere. Okay, then, yeah, so like, this could be a function on its own. Because it doesn't really need a whole lot of variables. It just uses magnifier area and UI, so let's extract that out. Yeah, it's even a free function. Look at that. So this is what, draw bounded rectangle or something? Draw shadowed rectangle? Really, it's draw magnifier order because it's using these constants. Great, we refactored out a function. We have one free function. The goal would be to get rid of all the code except for one line, and then if the name of the thing we're doing and the arguments is enough, then we can delete the comment. Color and okay, so maybe take all of this as a function now. Let's see how ugly this is. This is like draw magnifier cursor. It's rather ugly. It's got a lot of arguments. Ugh. Kind of feel like the magnifier itself should be its own structure. In fact, you know what? Maybe it should be computed in new. Where is that? New maybe should compute all the magnifier stuff because it's got everything it needs. That's probably what I'll do. Then we won't need to pass any of this stuff. "2020 celebrate? Are we setting off fireworks, TS Jost? Zero Dan 1? Couldn't find any firework emotes? There are some. Fun name. I mean, it is a fun name. Interpix aura, draw. So this is draw cursor with draw cursor and color what's the thing called when you draw text around something? A color label. There we go. Okay, this does have this cast process. So that's why we had this one, right? This one really belongs with this guy, along with the sign loss. And really, I could take those out and put them right on that line. And the reason would be, there's two reasons. Hold on. That originally was a U size, right? This comes from here. Yeah. So why am I packaging it as a vector draw? Good question. Glad you asked. Oh, because we're using it there also. Well, and there, and there. So we're using it in a lot of places where it, yeah, okay, never mind. But wait, hold on. I could have this done internally, given, that's what I should do. When in here, I should just pass the width and height as a tuple, I think. Don't I already do that? Yeah. Well, that's the position in the image of the selection. But I could also give the image's size. So why don't I do that? The image's size doesn't change. These are the things that might be changing and that are UI specific. So really, yeah, it does belong here, right? So image size equals self. Getting any help? There we go. Image width. Put it there. I don't know. Well, put in the order in which. Oh, this was sorted, sort of, right? Right. I guess it would go here. So yeah, the idea is to put it here. It goes there. Then it really belongs after that. After scaling. Okay. So then the idea would be not to pass that into draw, because that could just compute it for, we can just compute that ourselves. So that. And it's only really done in draw zoomed area. So here's where just we would compute it ourselves. That's equal to however it used to be done. Image size UI unscaled. This goes there. And that was image size dot 0 and image size dot 1. Okay, great. Got like 20 of those emotes. Hmm. Okay. Does it still have too many lines? Be nice if it didn't. Oh, it doesn't. Got rid of another to do. Okay, so the objective of all that was that I could just use self dot image size dot 0 here instead of that. Then I don't need these two. And I don't need to pass that. I don't need to pass it there. One less thing. Nice. Okay, it's starting to come together. This I can take advantage of the sort methods alphabetically thing. Nice. Like that. Cool. So let me scroll down here. So we really don't need these comments. It's small enough now so that I can just read this. Draw the selection lines. Draw the vertical ruler mark. Draw the horizontal one. If we're pressing shift, draw the zoomed area. Suppress the cursor. Great. So drawing a cursor and color label, we figure out some variables, and then we draw something twice, and then we get some text ready, and looks like we're seeing if right, this is if we're seeing if we're at an edge or a corner. We're getting a position and an anchor that we use to draw the text, and we're drawing it twice because it has a shadow. Cool, I can read it. It's not too gross. It's on the edge of being too long, but we're okay. So drawing the horizontal ruler mark, where it's mostly just getting this galley set up, and then positioning it, and then drawing it. Saying, okay, so draw selection lines. We're getting some inner and outer shifts, and then we're for the 4 different quadrants of the cross. We're constructing lines to draw and some quadrants that they're in, and then we use the quadrant along with the shifts to draw the lines in the right spot. Okay, I can read that, yes. So vertical is like horizontal. Draw zoomed area. I don't think I need to say that anymore, right? Because definitely don't need to say that, and I don't need to say that either, right? Yeah. So I think we can get rid of all the comments. Because now the code is, it's kind of long, but it's maybe short enough that that I can read it. So a lot of this is calculating things. And the UI is going to be chock full of this, right? It's calculating a lot of things, and mins and maxes are doing, and clamps are doing all sorts of like making sure that things don't overdraw each other. And then eventually we make an image and we draw it, and then we draw the border around it, and then we draw a cursor. Okay, so like this could be another function. It'd be like draw magnified image. Draw magnified image. Would it just be draw magnifier? Draw magnifier image. Cool. I have refactored it out so it's easier to read. Nice. I like that I have variables that are so close in name like that. And that one's a position, another one's a vector. Like that. I might have to clean up those names. But I think I will save that for later. As long as the top level draw broken out and then the pieces aren't too long. Okay, this is where I was, right? Then the new, the only thing really it's doing is that. So I did talk about possibly taking all this calculation from draw the zoomed area. Where is it? Draw the zoomed area. So all this calculation could also be put into the new. If I did that, the advantage would be that draw zoomed area would just be 3 function calls. These would be pre-computed, so they'd be in self. Do we want to do that? It would, I think it would require that the inner area be also passed in early. Texture, though, we do not need. Would we need UI, right? So, thinking about it. The inner area is passed in several places. I mean, really, I could move these all into the state. That just front loads everything, right? The risk is that my new might have too many arguments. I think I'm already at the argument list. Something too many will give me a warning, right? Hold on, I'm just adding something. Test. Don't get a warning. So is new allowed to have like a lot of arguments? Nope. Okay, so 7 is considered too many. So we're already at the edge. So that's one thing I have to be careful about. The new has too many inputs. So if I were to add like another one, I run the risk of it being too many. So yeah, I was considering pulling in inner area because use that to compute the magnifier size. It's already a lot of stuff. I think I'm just gonna stop for now with this much refactoring. There aren't any more to-dos. I was just seeing if I wanted to go even further, right? As long as this works, then this is a good stopping point. So then really the only thing left to do with this image viewer is to draw the ruler the rest of the rulers, I think. Oh, everything works. The magnifier works. I can zoom. Hold on. Alt and zoom in. The tick marks are correct. Oh, that's interesting. We can go above the line there. Oh, we're not aligned correctly. We're off by a half pixel at the top. Okay, we're vertically off. Oh, is that happens when uh when what? What's up? Good night. I think this happens when actually this shouldn't happen. But drag, click and drag. Well, that's weird. It shouldn't let me do that. We should be snapping to a pixel when we do that. Okay, well there's a bug. Fixed later. But not tonight. Consider making dragging snap to pixel. Actually, I'm not going to consider. I'm going to make dragging snap to pixel boundaries, which means I have another bug. Fix bug in selection zooming. Well, zooming by dragging causes zoom area to be misaligned. See if I can get that to happen again. So it was like Alt and then that. I don't know how I did it. Like I managed to drag and oh, there I did it. So it's like off by half a pixel somehow. Hold on, what if I just drag 1 pixel? Oh. Probably we shouldn't even allow that. I think it's when it's an even number. Yeah, we shouldn't even allow that. That's another bug. Fix bug in zoom dragging allows zooming in too far. I gotta think about how I want to fix that. Because right now we only allow it to zoom to this level, which I think is 10 by 10. That's the maximum zooming we allow. But if you do Alt drag, you can actually make a much smaller area. I just noticed something. If I drag and drag over a half pixel here, that causes the edge to be a half pixel. I think because the dragging itself is not using the cursor position. It's using it's not using the position in image coordinates. It's using the position in display coordinates. And then it allows, yeah, it's causing misalignment here. Which I can shift away like that. But yeah, anyway. What else? Zooming in an area. I already have the snapping. Okay, good. What else? I really should test with non-square images. So I just need to find either a frame of the POG slide or a different GIF that has a non-square size. What else? I think it looks good except for all that stuff. So I think I managed to actually solve more to-do items than I added. Oh, we did that. Okay, so rulers and markers. 4 different bugs. Do that someday. Yeah, when it put to its own crate eventually. Right now it's hosted in the bridge. Okay, I think that's enough tinkering around for the night. I'm gonna call it a night. So which means close that. I'm gonna send this out of the virtual machine and see if someone else is streaming tonight. What? Togglebit's streaming again? We're gonna have to raid him then, aren't we? Isn't that like required? I think so. Raid Togglebit. So I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow or Sunday. It kind of depends on how I feel tomorrow. So hope you enjoyed watching. Sorry that I was in the really intricate details and I didn't give a whole lot of top level explanations. So, but that's fine. That happens. I will see you guys next time. Bye.